Hey everyone, it's Monday, but it's not just Monday, it's also my birthday. I'm doing a late night stream tonight because, birthday stuff and all. But today we're going to be playing a new game. We're going to be playing Hogwarts Legacy. And I am a fan of the movies because I have watched every single movie and I played most of the games. And today we're playing a new one. And I can't wait to see how this one holds up because my two favorite games of the series would have to be Azkaban, Order of the Phoenix, and Half-Blood Prince. I enjoyed those. So it's been a very long time since I last played. Hey Willow, welcome on in. And so yeah, today we're going to be playing Hogwarts Legacy, which I got for my birthday. And I really like it. From what I've seen of the gameplay, it looks really good. And I've been waiting to play this game. So let's go in and get ready and start playing Hogwarts Legacy, shall we? I'm a peaceful hater. Oh, the Unreal Engine was used to make this game. Nice.
Menu reader. Off. Press L2 button to toggle.
I grew up with Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, so... Yeah, I grew up with The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings too. I've seen all the movies when they came out, and also... What was that with the menu reader? I hope that doesn't go on through the whole game, because... Well, the menu reads... That reads text and other elements out loud. Yeah, we don't need that. That is annoying. We don't need the menu reader because I can tell you right now, when I got the PS5 and it had the menu reader on, I can tell you now is when I saw that, I was like, why is it reading everything out to me? I don't want that. Okay, let's see. Toggle mode off. Okay, let's see. Wait, left-handed, it says reconfigure DualSense wireless controller layout to a left-handed controller scheme. I never really used that. Even though I am left-handed, I never really had to do that. I'm pretty good, gotten used to using a controller the way it is. Audio visualizer, what's that? Activates or deactivates audio visualizer when which uses on-screen icons to indicate audio events. Thanks, Pan, and welcome on in. I hope your day's been going well. Thanks for the birthday wishes. You came in just in time. I just started playing a game I got for my birthday, which is Hogwarts Legacy. So you came just in time because as soon as I figure out what the settings are, we're gonna be making my character. Okay, text size normal. Let's see, is subtitles on? Because that's what we need. We want subtitles. Okay, I think that's good. So I think we're good on the settings. Hope you don't mind me using you as an example when we discuss bands and timeouts, Pan. Oh yeah, because I've heard that people have been getting harassed just for playing this game, and I want to make sure everybody is safe. So, but don't worry, you're safe, Pan. It's just that I want to make sure everybody's safe. It does, we don't get none of the crazies in here. Okay, let's see. High fidelity rendering mode favoring resolution, graphic quality, performance, high frame rate mode with favoring performance. I wonder which. Oh yeah, I remember I remember watching a video talking about this. Apparently, there are two different frame rates, and I'm wondering which one should you go. But maybe we should go with fealty, because like high rendering mode favoring resolution, graphics quality. Maybe we should go with this one, because I'm pretty sure I can switch it. and it's just that normal blah 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 of terms of service. So just press accept. Okay, there it goes. That was weird for a second. For some reason, it wasn't letting me in. So, okay, well done. You linked your Harry Potter fan club account and WB Games account. And connection to Hogwarts Legacy. House, Hufflepuff, 1, Dragon Heartstring, Elder, 1, 13 and a quarter inches, unyielding. Nice. And if this, and also for my birthday, I got a version where I will be getting an Onyx Hippogriff. I mean, just look at that Hippogriff. You can't deny it. That is, they did a good job on making the Hippogriff. Okay, new mounts are accessible in the gear menu after the default Hippogriff is unlocked in the main quest line. Ah, man, I can't use the Hippogriff, my Hippogriff yet. That sucks. Okay, adjust the slider until image is fairly visible. Let's see. Yeah, that ought to do it. Okay, let's see what we got here. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts. I didn't see shit, but all right. Yeah, I was adjusting it to my eyes, Willow, because my eyes are different from how yours are, and I got glasses on. Okay, let's see. We are pleased to inform you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a 5th year student. Term begins on the 1st of September. Primarily, supplies have been collected for you, and you will accompany you on your journey to the castle. As you may be aware, the decree for reasonable restriction of underage sorcery prohibits the use of magic by those under the age of 17 outside of school. However, due to your unique circumstances, the ministry has graciously agreed to allow Professor Eleazar Fig to help you hone your spellcasting before escorting you from London to the castle for the start of the term. Term feast and the sorting ceremony. Sincerely, Weasley, Professor Weasley, Deputy Headmistress. Okay, here we go. Time for customization. Okay. See here. Okay, you know, let's see. Hair color for hair. Hair color, let's see. Yeah, no. No way. Well, wild. I usually like to keep my hair short. That one might, that hairstyle might work. Yeah, no, that's a shaved head. I don't, not going with that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Yeah, if I want this haircut, I think this haircut will work.
Dear God, what is that thing?
Oh, we can put some scars. You know, there was glasses. Wait, there was? I didn't. This. Except if you don't want any. Oh, I'm gonna be putting glasses on. I'm gonna be putting glasses on. I think you'll. This will look good with the glasses. Oh, there it is. I didn't see that there. That's all it is for glasses?
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
That was quite something. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
Okay, eye color. See, I need to go blue. I was, yeah, probably, yeah. And for what I've seen, we are going to get some other stuff, so... Yeah, Yeah, he kind of... I don't know, I don't know, maybe I should go with the Harry Potter glasses? There's something missing without the glasses, though. Yeah, there is something missing. Yeah, it feels better when I have the glasses on. Hmm. See what hair color? Where did I have that on? I had it there. Yeah, that matches more. You know what I'd say? Bah, fuck. Yeah, but when it comes to character creation, I tend to be, and because this is the character we're gonna have throughout the whole game. But I must say, even though they're like some oddities, you can make some really good characters with this. Yeah, I don't like the half rim, and yeah, I feel like the circular glasses, it looks a lot better. Circular glasses. There's no Fallout change. You look thing about. Yeah. Yeah, once you make your character, for the face and everything, that's what you have for the whole game. However, you can get maxed in the game, and you can have on your character. So like if you get a mask, you can put it on, and what I like is any items you get in the game, you can change the look of a piece of armor, and you can change it to look like another piece that you gotten if you like the appearance of it. So like if you found a mask you liked, but you had a piece of clothing that was like higher stats and everything, and you put that on, you don't have to keep the appearance of it, you can change it to the appearance. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. This is the way.
Well, that's just lazy writing.
Deadpool, well, that's just lazy writing. I will admit there are some areas like a variety of enemies, and they could have, if they did more like with the customization, they really could have done it out, like, I mean, with the ears and everything, but they probably were on a budget. But then again, you do get like Max and stuff, so that's probably one reason why, because they do give you a lot of clothing options. Plus, what I do like is I can have a hood up. Though I do kind of wish I could make the chin be more out a bit, like kind of to fit me. Yeah, I think this is probably good, but let me just make sure that everything here is right. Okay. I'm pretty sure with the difficulty we can change that anytime we want. But yes, I can finally be who I always wanted to be, Anakin Skywalker. You underestimate my power. Now where are those little yeah, I get it, because what he did in Revenge of the Sith. I actually remember watching a video where where they made it look like Anakin had a gun and he fires on Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan goes, "Don't worry, I can just force heal." And he goes, "Force what? Force heal? How long has this been a thing?" Like since forever. And he goes, "Can I switch sides again?" And Obi-Wan tells him no. Why not? Because you literally murdered children. And he goes, "Just a couple." And a wizard, so I think we are ready. Let me... Sure. Oh, these are just presets. I think we are ready. Time to start my journey.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me before the term begins.
Oh, Eleazar! George! Glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatergoers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea! As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I've been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
Into the slums of London. Ghost Riders in the sky.
Scotland.
Just barely.
And who is your traveling companion?
A new student.
You?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary.
It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
Mr. Osric is prone to flattery. I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the Ministry.
Have you seen this?
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the Ministry, I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the Ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl,
Okay.
but with
Hi,
no
Mom.
correspondence. I can only assume
That she had to get rid of it quickly. To keep it safe.
presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow.
Nor do I. Merlin's beard. How did you...
Wait! We do.
Oh, fuck.
Hang on!
Oh, he's dead. Very dead.
The key! Give me your hand!
That was perfect timing. Well, you timed it perfectly with that.
Are you alright? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never...
Professor?
Lagging a bit. Oh, we're good now.
Where are we?
I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Port key.
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
I'm feeling better, sir, if you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
I love the design of the dragon. I love the design. I don't know much about the amount of animals we could get as riding animals, but it would be so cool if we got a dragon.
How far did that port key take us?
Farther from London than the carriage traveled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
Sir, those ruins. Do you
The
think...
portkey was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that portkey to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right, and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be. Mind your step.
Where do you suppose your wife got the portkey that brought us here?
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
That is true. Manas maketh
A
man.
powerful magic wielded by a rare
Do you know what that
few
means?
that
Then let me
seems to
teach you a
have been
lesson.
lost to time.
Are we gonna stand around here all day? Or are we gonna fight?
Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
You know what, one thing they could have done actually with customization? They could have made it where you could adjust your height in the game.
But sir, why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center.
Okay, basic skill.
Excellent!
Okay, use select the active target. Some players prefer to select targets and move around and move the avatar with the same stick by the camera relative targeting settings. Okay, continue.
That was a bit rougher than I'd expected. Your wand work's improving with every cast.
Thank you, sir.
Ah, up there.
Starting to feel a bit like God of War with the climbing.
We're close now. It's just ahead. Steady yourself. Reparo!
Yep, and me. Pew pew pew. Hey, maybe that's an emote I should get when the time comes to get it. Emote where I go pew pew pew.
Almost there.
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
Minimap shows your surroundings in the middle. This, okay. We got our map.
Professor, it's a mural of some kind.
Perhaps our host was a noted seer. Interesting.
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
Breaking all the pots. This isn't Zelda. Where are my rubies?
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? What's this? Professor Fig!
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
What in Merlin's name? Godric's heart.
Where are we?
I don't believe
Whoa.
it.
Hello?
It can't be. Just a moment. Ooh.
Lamp oils, rope bombs. You want it, it's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies.
Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank.
We're at Green Dots.
Vault number 12, I presume. Precisely. The key?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course. This way, then. Stay close. After you. Keep your hands inside the cart if you don't wish to lose them.
Here we go, we're going for a ride.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vaults you see now are the newest.
Are private entrances to the bank common at Gringotts?
They are most uncommon. Only one with great wealth or power, or both, could have arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath.
A what? That waterfall washes away all enchantments. It's a security measure.
Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you?
Heard of it?
These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep are we going?
Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in. We've quite a distance to go.
Couldn't they give me a book to read while we're waiting?
Vault number?
Vault 12. Momentous day.
On your way.
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing.
Like the glow you saw on the porky container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that?
We were just wondering about that goblin back there.
He watches over the oldest section of the bank. Rare anyone goes there anymore.
That sounds sus.
Here we are.
When was the last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12 until today. Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
Okay. Oh, wait. We need before we do. I see a chest. Okay, we got some gold.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait, what?
Professor?
That's the luck you just locked us in the vault.
Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps?
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
Okay. Okay, this is different. Okay, I have no idea how. Okay, steady your wand. Okay. Okay, this is gonna take some time to get used to. There we go. Revelio.
Revelio. There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
A door.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw on the port key container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
Yep, my hair is shining. It's all sparkly glowy.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor. When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue?
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
Revelio. I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait. When you moved, the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
Oh, here we go again. Okay, you acquired the one light charm Lumos, which has automatically been slotted into your spell set. Lumos creates a light. Okay, hold R2 and
Lumos.
triangle.
Well done.
Now the reflection is turning towards me. It does follow the light.
Uh-oh. Think of me, we might have just activated a trap.
Look out!
Protego!
Accio! Defendo! Levioso! Deposo! Levioso! Container! Expulso! Deposo! Defendo! Conrico! Levioso! Expulso! Protego! Defendo! Stupefy! Depose! Confringo! Stupefy! Defendo! Levioso! Lumos! Stay close!
Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you?
Okay, I
This
can't
isn't
see
good.
anything. It's way too dark. Oh wait, I got Lumos.
Lumos. Where am I supposed to go? What's
Maybe I should follow
happening?
the little
The
lights.
wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere. Ah, that's where they're leading me. That glow again. Revelio. I suppose I'm on my own this time. Lumos. I need to align these statues with their reflections. Lumos. It seems I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way out of here. Potato!
Not gonna get me. Okay, hold triangle during Protego to stun enemies with Stupefy counterattack. Stun enemies take extra damage, indicating gold numbers. Ah.
Protego! Lumos. Lumos. Lumos.
Okay, it's a...
Potato! Stupefy. Stupefy. Potato! Stupefy. Potato!
And that's that.
Lumos.
Ooh, what's that? Wonder what that is.
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know. But I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I wonder... Follow my lead.
What we're currently doing is what that is we're viewing someone else's memories.
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden.
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created...
May be impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can.
Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
We've done all that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries. And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were...
It all looks rather different than it did a moment ago.
Someone's coming.
Who were they?
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I was right.
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's Vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
Let me see. Red eyes? I think not.
Sir, they have the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't have them.
No, not the innocent
I have no
goblin.
patience for traitors. Now, where were we?
Rip.
I'm not giving you anything.
Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful.
Looks like he activated a security feature.
Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
There's the train! I know that train! We're now at Hogwarts, the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Nope, not the end.
Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony? Phineas, Nigellus, Black. Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem has...
Enough. Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're
If only he knew what we went through to
might
get
still be
here.
able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
Professor Weasley, we've one more to be sorted.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
Ah, the sorting ceremony.
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
Let's see. By the way, Willow, with that train you saw, that's how normal students that go to Hogwarts usually enter. However, ours is a special case because we start out as a 5th year, not as a 1st year. So unfortunately, we do. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle and grounds.
Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit, but your professors have a great deal to teach you as well. You do not give up easily, do you? You are undaunted by challenges that lie ahead, and your loyalty to a friend delayed your arrival here this evening. Perhaps you belong in Hufflepuff.
Yep, I'm gonna go with Hufflepuff because that is the house I was given. See, what it is usually on this you would go through a quiz, but because I have my accounts linked and everything, because I did it because you get exclusive ropes, I already took the quiz, and Hufflepuff was what I got for my house. And we're gonna go with Hufflepuff. This
Better be Hufflepuff!
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled.
Boo!
Enough! It's not as though I've banned flying altogether, but don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you. I'm...
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying, I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way.
All right, we're going to the common room.
It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. Might be a bit of work, but I'm sure that's never stopped you before.
It hasn't, Professor.
Now, here we are at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room.
This is the entrance.
Indeed. I will explain what to do, but I hesitate to do it myself as one errant knock leads to being doused in vinegar. Most unpleasant. You must tap the barrel, 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row, in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. Well done. Now go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I shall be back in the morning to collect you for your first class.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
Imagine actually living at a castle like Hogwarts. That would be fun. I mean, who would want to live in a castle like that?
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room.
It doesn't have tea in there. It has Diet Coke. Getting a sip of, but in the mornings I usually drink chocolate milk. So instead of tea, there's chocolate milk in there. By the way, Will, do you know who is doing the voice of the headmaster in Hogwarts Legacy? Simon Pegg. He's the one who's doing the voice of the headmaster. And if you don't know who Simon Pegg is, if you ever see, I suggest looking at the movie Shaun of the Dead. The guy who's Shaun, that is the headmaster, and that's who's doing the voice. Just look at the common room.
Can't imagine starting a new school this late. Wonder where they're from.
don't know the movie or the do, oh, you gotta see Shaun of the Dead. It is a funny movie. What happens in it is that Shaun is like a regular day-to-day worker, and unfortunately zombies attack London. A zombie infection happens in London, and he and his friends have to fight him off. It's meant to be a horror comedy movie.
I suppose some introductions are in order.
Oh, look at the snowy owl.
Oh, hello. She's awfully regal, isn't she?
Is that your owl?
I don't know who she is. Likely one of the Hufflepuffs around here. Owls choose their own company anyway. Wait, you're the new 5th year. Quite the dramatic entrance you made. Can't imagine wanting to call attention to yourself, especially since everyone will be watching to see how much you already know.
I am a bit concerned. I have a lot of catching up to do.
Indeed. 4 years of schoolwork is a bit... being that far behind, I'd feel so... inadequate. Of course, presumably, as a hard-working Hufflepuff, you'll prove yourself in no time. I'm hard-working too, as you might suspect. But sometimes I think I should have been a Ravenclaw. I've rather
Wait, something's wrong here. What's going on?
Have always told me so.
I'm talking about the game is.
Lenora Everly. Well, mustn't keep you. You've such a lot to do.
Okay, that was weird. Why was my model talking like the game?
Do you really think you should have been in Ravenclaw?
Well, my brothers were. They both work in the ministry now. I suppose you could say that wit runs in the family. My aunt was a Gryffindor, though, and I've always had plenty in common with her. Determination, valor, daring. The old sorting hat was spoiled for choice with me.
Yes, I do have a headset on. It's a Bluetooth headset, and it's not hooked up to the mic. But that is weird. Okay, that is weird. I'm not saying anything, and and I don't have the controller near the mic, and yet, and I have my I have my headphones completely on my headset. Yet my model is speaking like the NPCs, mouthing it. You have to admit, that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. It has been sounding a bit double on my part. It has. I don't. Yeah, what about right now? Is it sounding double? Because it shouldn't be sounding double, because the only thing that's going, well, when the character talks. Okay, let me try something else. See, might be having a little bit of an audio problem. Might be a bit audio mix up on OBS. Because the only thing that is moving is when the character talks, it sounds echoey. Oh yeah, that I have seen it on some things on the playthroughs that some people have done. It does sound, and when they have the game, their character has sounded a bit robotic, a bit. Right. But that is weird. I haven't noticed it because all of a sudden that started happening.
It was nice meeting you, Lenora.
Of course. Adieu.
Okay, that is so weird. I've never seen a game do that before, where I'm not talking, but the mouth is moving with the characters, what they're saying.
What's this?
Oops. Looks like I broke some. Oh crap! I'm already at school and I'm breaking things. Getting myself some lunch. Well, actually, no. I'm getting myself some breakfast. What's this? What about the bonk? What about while I'm just talking? Is the game audio, is it sounding double at all? Or is it fine? Okay, so no double at all. That is weird.
Be frightened, little cat.
Because the only thing I have on is desktop audio and XR1 audio, but it's just when the character talks.
You don't need to be frightened, little cat. Arthur's got you. It's all right.
I can't quite reach.
Come on, you went that way.
Hope they can catch him. Big castle for a student to get lost in, let alone a cat. I'm sure you'll find your way all right. I mean, it can be a bit overwhelming at first. I still get lost sometimes. Welcome to Hufflepuff, by the way. Really glad to have you in our house. I'm Arthur.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Was that your cat?
No, one of the first years, I think. Don't have any pets of my own, unfortunately. My mother doesn't think too highly of them, especially magical ones.
Okay, that is just weird. I've never seen a game do that. I'm wondering maybe it's because of maybe like a setting on OBS, because the way I'm running the game through, I'm running it through a capture card. I'm running it through the XR1. That's the capture card. I'm running it through there, and the only things that are moving, I think it's only because the game, but the only things that are moving is the mic, desktop audio, and of course the game audio. This is just so weird. I've never seen a game do this. Well, if I close the desktop audio, I don't think you'll be able to hear the sound alert. So let me try. So if I have the desktop audio closed, I don't know if you'll hear the sound alert.
I'm sorry to hear that. I think magical beasts are rather incredible.
Best thing about coming to Hogwarts. Nifflers, Glumbumbles, Bowtruckles. I thought they were only pictures in books before. Well, Dad did bring home a Puffskein once. Mum was furious. Anyway, I better go make sure the first years caught that cat. Don't want them to be late on their first day.
Yeah, that's why I keep the desktop audio on. Did it sound double at all? I had it off during that part. Did it? Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Why it's what's causing that? Because you can't hear the sound alert without the desktop audio on.
Have you ever had a pet, Arthur?
No. My mother's a muggle, and as soon as the Puffskein that my dad brought home stuck its tongue up her nose, it went right back to the shop.
But your mouth still moves anyway. Yeah, I'm not moving my mouth at all, and yet it's moving with the characters, with what they're saying. It's so weird. I'm telling you, I've never played a game where on stream where my character model's mouth was moving. Let me see, maybe that might fix it.
Nice meeting you, Arthur, and good luck finding that cart.
Thank you. Try not to get lost in the castle yourself.
That is just so weird. All right, I'll be going. Okay, Willow, you have a good night, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Oh, Uncle, this doesn't sound like you. Something's wrong. Oh, hello there.
You're the new Hufflepuff, yes? I'm Adelaide. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. I'm just a bit distracted.
Thanks for the hydrate, Willow.
So tell me, I've
In
been
the
hearing
stretch.
all sorts of rumors.
Imposter
Were you
check.
really,
Thank you for the
really
care
gobbled
package.
up by a dragon?
That one is true. Not the typical start to a new school.
That's dreadful. Well, I'm glad you made it here alive. Well, anyway, I imagine you have lots to do. I hope you have a wonderful first day.
Are you sure everything is all right with your uncle?
Oh, yes. He travels for work, always busy. I'm sure he just wrote it in a rush. Nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Adelaide. Be seeing you.
Of course. And good luck.
Is the new Hufflepuff out of bed yet? Professor Weasley's waiting for them outside the common room.
Okay, I need to check to see if hearing. Okay, I need to check to see if hearing. Hear double, so you'll hear double audio from me for a bit, for a second. Well, try to figure this out. Double audio from me for a bit, for a second. Well, try to figure this out. Audio from me for a bit, for a second. Try to figure this out.
Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs? Owls?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level exams. They will determine what type of career you can have when you leave here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here you are.
What is it?
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning so that you master all that's expected of a fifth year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test.
Okay, I'm gonna check to see if maybe by disabling desktop if it would fix the double audio problem.
This way. The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate yourself about wizarding lore.
Okay, I'm gonna see if the sound alert will go off. Since I have the desktop disabled, maybe the sound alert will go off with that with it disabled. Yeah, it won't play.
I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide. I certainly would have appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know what's causing this to be double audio. I've never had this problem. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it is that's causing the double audio for the game and everything. I do apologize for the double audio on that. I'm gonna have to solve. For now, I'm gonna have the desktop off since it's causing problems with double audio.
Simply cast Revelio on it, and we'll see what.
Revelio.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle. Ah, good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall.
Hogwarts is divided into two main areas. The left side of the map is where the students and professors live and includes the house, common rooms, and the Great Hall.
And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall.
Wand handle. Okay, gear appearance reward. Okay.
Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive. Our King's Cross station, so to speak.
I just wish they'd hurry up and assign the essay on werewolves.
That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become auras. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our students' education in that regard.
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
To be honest, I have tried the butterbeer at Universal, and I can tell you it is not very good.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm afraid that's all there is to it.
Almost precisely what Professor Fig said. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig. Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
Ah, I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you. Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. It will be invaluable to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your progress.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today, and I'll explain more about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look into this audio thing, because I was not expecting it to have this problem with double audio. I definitely will be looking into that.
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today, before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you masterfully evade Professor Weasley's interrogation regarding our late arrival?
Yeah, I did lie to her, but I didn't like it.
I did try to evade her questions, though I feel a little deceptive. That said, I'm fairly certain she suspects that we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look.
I wish we had the Marauders map. Can track available quests from the map. Okay, open the map. This represents main quests. Completing the main quest will further the story, unlock new features, and grant XP. Some quests are logs and spells level. In the cases, you will need to be the required level or have the required spell to activate the quest. New spells can be earned by completing professor's assignments or as quest rewards. Okay, so I need to choose a quest. Defense against our class or Charms class. I think we'll go with Charms first.
The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
OWLs, more commonly known as owls. Charmed cup.
Wish I brought a pet owl to school. Don't misunderstand. I adore my toad.
Okay, now we can now explore.
I heard the professor.
There's something in
Definitely, I am home. Can I destroy this? Nope.
Wish I could sneak into the
This
other
cannot
room.
possibly be as difficult as it seems.
Ah, it's showing us the way.
Can't catch thieves!
What the?
Revelio.
The level of detail they put into this is really good.
Have you ever had a cauldron leak? I didn't think it was possible.
Revelio.
I miss with the bathrooms. Ugh.
Look at your hair, your complexion. Whatever it is, they'll all want to know your secrets.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Revelio.
I don't know.
Some of us, there's only one thing to get back to the lesson.
Here, behind you. There is an open seat here.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work, but I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms? Anyone? Anyone? Hmm? I am afraid it is too late to study now. My, the summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm? Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
Accio!
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me. I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree. So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right? So why don't we have our newest student start us off?
Okay, let's do this.
Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish your charm at the last possible moment. Now, think of this like gobstone. Accio. But instead of throwing... That's it! Stay focused. Very good. Happens to the best of us. Splendid!
Well, I didn't do it with first time.
Points to Hufflepuff. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition. Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up. You'll be the blues, just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red. Clear?
Yes, sir.
What's this? Phew.
Accio!
Excellent.
Yes! Nicely done. Here we go.
Okay, I'm getting the hang of this now.
That is how it's done.
Accio!
A perfect score. Remarkable.
Took me some time, but I figured it out. $150 points.
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
Excuse me.
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
What's this? Phew.
Accio.
Don't lose your composure.
Lisa.
That's it.
Let us see this. There we go.
Accio.
Quite impressive.
Oh, she won that one, but I won the first one.
Very good, both of you. Well done. Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
Well done back there. You took the loss in stride. Didn't want to go too easy on you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
That's good to hear. It's a lot to take in all at once.
To put it lightly, I remember how I felt when I first arrived. I transferred here from Wagadu just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
Is Wagadu much bigger than Hogwarts?
Wagadu School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world. So yes, bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed intimidating or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
Is Wagadu a castle, like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the Moon. It is not so much a castle as a beautiful edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I arrived here. Hardly anyone at Wagadu uses one.
They don't use a wand? Okay, that's the first time I've heard it. I thought all wizards and witches in the world used wands.
Spells cast without a wand must be less powerful than those cast with a wand.
No, not at all. Wizarding magic cast without a wand is just as powerful. I find wandless magic to be much more instinctive. Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I must admit, however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking.
Who knows, maybe if they ever make a DLC, we'll get to go to that place.
Ah, I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Of course, you can use Accio on you.
I wonder when I can get my stuff. Because I know I got some drops. I did get some drops, and not to mention my stuff is linked, so I wonder why I haven't gotten my ropes.
If you're so inclined.
A word, if you would.
Well, you'd be using it on clothing, to be precise, Sebastian. You know it won't work on humans.
Professor Ronan reminds me of my grandfather. Loads of wisdom, but a bit mad.
You wanted to speak with me, Professor?
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? Miss Onai is a talented witch. Take it in stride. One often gains the most from the battles one has lost.
Of course, Professor. It was a challenging match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside of the ordinary curriculum. Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing for you.
All right. I need to check the log and see when I can get my stuff. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Nope, that didn't get. Now, hey, Happy, and welcome on in. Sorry, you probably didn't hear, but I did, and it jumped me. I was looking at how to get my stuff, and thank you for the birthday wishes. I hope your day's been going well. And guess what I got for my birthday? I got Hogwarts Legacy. I was looking at trying to figure out how to get my stuff, or my redeemable stuff, because I got a robe I know I can get. And I still haven't been able to figure it out. But here's my character. They're trying to figure out how to get my stuff, because I'm supposed to have some Twitch drops in here, but I haven't seen how to get my stuff. I had the desktop audio off because for some reason it was causing the game to have double audio, and also I don't know what it is, but for some reason the game is causing my model's mouth is moving whenever one of the characters talk. Thanks. And that's not all. I also got a gaming chair for my birthday. However, I'm not using it yet because of how late. Yes, I'm liking Hogwarts Legacy so far. They did a very nice job on the game, and it's been real crazy. I go with Professor Fig. That's who apparently was helping us learn magic. We go on a carriage ride, and next thing we know, a freaking dragon shows up and eats someone that was joining us in the carriage. And next thing you know, we're at Gringotts in one of the vaults. And after that, we go through a portal and we're at Hogwarts. Ah, man, level 1 locked. And what it is beforehand, way before I got the game, is I had linked some accounts where you get like some exclusive robes and also a mask. However, I don't know how to claim them and also there's some Twitch drops you get from watching the game, but I don't know how to get them because they should have been in my inventory, but they haven't appeared there yet. And I'm wondering maybe I need to go to my common room to get them. But the house I have chosen for my run is Hufflepuff. Yes, I am a Hufflepuff. But this was actually chosen also before I played the game, because I did the wizarding quiz and it says I was a Hufflepuff. Okay. I don't know about that, but it seems I can't go up that way. What the? Yeah, and see, I have to have the desktop audio off because there's a double audio. I need to figure out how to fix that.
I imagine that's why she teaches the class.
And that's why I have the desktop audio off. Because I don't know what it is, but when the characters talk, it's doing double audio.
Revelio.
But here we have the map. I just wish I knew how to get my ropes, because just checking the inventory and see. No, gear. Maybe they are in the gear. Let's check. Yeah, they should be right in here. Like my robes, they should be in here, because I know I got like a Merlin cloak and a Fanatic cloak, but they should be right in here, but they are not. Maybe if I exit, if I restart the game, maybe it will give it to me. Maybe if I close the game out, then maybe reload the game, see if that will fix the problem. Because I don't know why my robe is not showing up, because I'm supposed to get Merlin. I'm supposed to have a Merlin cloak thing in the and I already like connected my accounts and everything, so I should have them. Okay, I have the Felix Felicis. I got the potion in here. Maybe I have to go to Hogsmeade in order to get it. In the meantime, I think I'll head to my next class, which is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Oh man, I can't jump off the edge. I would just go, let me jump off the edge. It'd be a lot faster if I just jumped down.
Said that travel broadens the mind.
Okay, here we go. Defense Against Dark Arts.
Is that all you've got?
Levioso!
Professor Hecat!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge. To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt?
Hey, by the way, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
Okay, time to learn Wingardium Leviosa.
Levioso!
Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with the basic cast. See how the dummy deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, a surprise. Good. Now, the basic cast. Well done. Very good. But the best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel, using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
Levioso! Lucky.
Nothing lucky about it.
Protego! Protego?
Levioso! Let's just say I'm a quick learner.
Not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to Hufflepuff.
Thank you, Professor Hecat. Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of Grindylows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments. All right, that's enough spectacle for one day. Class is dismissed.
I'd hate to face Professor Hecat in a duel.
Oh, I'm not much for dueling. I prefer to keep things friendly.
Nice work.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
It was certainly good practice.
Practice? It felt more like I was dueling an expert. Sebastian Sallow, by the way. Didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
Well, I have played the previous Harry Potter games.
I've dueled enough. Consider yourself lucky I held back.
Huh, fair enough. You owe me an honest duel when you aren't. You know, you might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization.
Exclusive and unsanctioned. Count me in.
Excellent. Knew I was right about you. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club, or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Pleasure chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned? We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck or actual skill. Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower entrance, if you're interested. Till next time.
Revelio.
You dueled Sebastian. He's strong competition. Well done.
Okay, I see what this thing is all about. It tracks my movement.
If you know the right spells, it's dark wizards that'll fear you, not the other way around.
Huh. Always thought Levioso was for first years. Not anymore.
Can I go in here? Level 11, lock. Guess I'm gonna have to learn Alohomora if I want to unlock stuff.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented it.
Cross wands round 1, okay. Weasley after class. Professor Weasley wants to see you in her classroom, which is the Transfiguration Courtyard, located between the library annex and Autonomy Wing. Hopefully, she has a word on replacing my lost supplies. Okay, we're gonna go talk to Professor Weasley then.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Ooh, Kitty!
What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
They did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Hecat and Ronan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit before you arrived. I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
Have you and Professor Fig not discussed my training?
He continues to be reticent about the details, mentioning only a few spells. Revelio, was it? And Lumos?
That's correct, Professor.
I see. like trying to get a sonnet from a streeler. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
Professor Ronan did mention something about that.
In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr. Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've
I want to
managed
get my
your
wand.
classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
J. Pippin's Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor Sharp asked that they have a couple of particular recipes on hand for you.
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts used when conjuring objects. I shall explain more about them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
Like turning animals into what goblets?
There's an Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
I'd like to go with Natty.
Excellent choice. Miss Onai is one of our most talented students. And she knows the area. She'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavory local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
All right, best get on to that. Best report to Professor Ronan. Speak to Professor Ronan to receive your first assignment. Assignments are a type of quest given to you by Hogwarts professors that, when completed, reward you with new spells. The rewards for completing the first assignment will be the Mending Charm Reparo, which is required to complete other quests. You can track assignments and their progress in the quest menu of your field guide.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Ah, Professor Ronan. I like Professor Ronan.
Ah, there you are.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that, the Mending Charm Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye.
It seems as if that might come in handy.
More frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of class in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some for today. See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time.
Why must I first complete tasks to learn Reparo?
No lesson or lecture can compare to first-hand experience, and these tasks should provide you with just that. Such experience is invaluable when mastering any new bit of magic.
I'll start on the task right away, Professor.
Okay, collect the flying page near the broken statue. Collect the flying page near... Okay, I have to collect pages.
This is the right area. I wonder where the flying page is. Got it.
Ah, got it.
A flying page must be around here somewhere.
If only a new student were to help me with my sad predicament.
Okay, where'd that flying page go?
Might some kind soul help me?
Brilliant.
If only a new student were to help me with my sad predicament.
Are you all right?
Don't you know who I am? Zenobia Noak, the girl whom everyone at school hates for no reason.
Everyone hates you. Why?
Because Hogwarts is full of bullies and spoilsports. Leander Pruitt's one of the worst, that no-talent moon mind. I wanted to make some new friends, and so I brought my collection down to the common room. My gobstone collection, that is. I was hoping someone would want to play. Are you familiar with gobstones? Little balls, like marbles. Grand game. And if you lose, they spray you with a foul-smelling liquid.
Gobstones? Sounds like a fun challenge.
That's what I tried to tell everyone. People can be so cruel. Just because they're sprayed all over with smelly gobstone spit, it's their own fault for losing. Imelda is one of the worst losers. Everett and Astoria are terrible as well. And now those poor losers have taken my gobstones and hidden them in very high places all over the school.
That's not right.
Rather an overreaction on their part.
I'll say. Anyway, I can't work out how to get them back on my own. I don't think I know the necessary spells yet. I need someone, perhaps a selfless and talented fifth year to help me.
Do you have any suggestions on how to get your gobstones down from their hiding spots?
If I knew that, I'd get them myself. Whoever hid my gobstones that high got up there somehow.
Haven't you any friends at school?
Not really. Natty said hello once, but not a word since.
I'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate the help. If you do find all of my gobstones, do come and see me again. I'll be back to playing Snake Pit and Jackstone by myself in no time.
Okay, so we got a side quest.
Revelio. I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
I trust the preliminary tasks weren't too much trouble.
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the old mending charm a try then, shall we? Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to see some vigor Now, wand at the ready.
Yes, sir.
Remember, your wand is a conduit of your magic.
Mending charm. Okay, Reparo can be used to mend broken objects and pieces in the environment.
That's
Nice.
it. Very good. If you would like to practice mending something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water. It allegedly symbolized heartbreak. Perhaps a jilted lover thought it too accurate and lashed out.
Reparo.
Nicely done. Works like a charm, doesn't it?
Ah, level 3.
Revelio.
Ah, I see some chests.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones. Accio. Lumos.
If that one's there, there might be another one around.
There was a rumor not on the barrels of the
Ah.
There's only one common room that everyone wishes they
Why study in the common room when you could be outside in the fresh air? I'd rather be in the courtyard than a musty old library any day.
Accio.
Another page.
Revelio.
My mother was shocked the first time I sent her an owl from Hogwarts. She'd never seen it. She's a muggle. Oh, where was that voice?
Ugh, what am I missing?
Hello, Lenora. What are you looking at?
Everyone thinks I'm utterly balmy. Samantha thinks I'm potty. But it's this painting. I never noticed it before. If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason. There's something more to this.
Have you gained any insights about the painting since you've been studying it?
I did discover that casting Lumos has an effect of some kind. But I'm not sure what to do next.
Are there any other empty paintings like this around the school?
Yes, a few. This entire place is somewhat of a riddle, to be honest. If I can work out the riddle of this one, I'll know what to do with all of them. As good a place as any to begin.
If I have the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have. Do come and find me if you
Revelio.
find something illuminating that solves the mystery.
Oh, I've been turned around on the ground.
Guys, I will be right back. I need to go and get myself refill my drink, so I will be right back. Okay. BRB. Need to go and get myself a drink. Okay, I am back. All right, we're going to Hogsmeade. Time to get my wand.
Do you think anyone has found everything?
I really don't know much about, but I can tell there are secrets to be held, but I'll figure out how to do them once I learn more spells. Oh, it's pointing me to that. I need to select. Guide me, little page, to where I need to go. They've really done a lot of changes to the design. I wouldn't be surprised if the developers, when they made this game, they looked at Half-Blood Prince and Order of the Phoenix when they did this.
Hello, looking for me?
Hogwarts hasn't been the same since Black took over. Lucky for us, we have Professor Weasley.
Oh, we got some knights here.
Have the power to choose the other professors too. Then we could get rid of Muggle.
Ah, a chest. Let's see what we got. All right, we got some gold.
What was the Ministry thinking, putting Black in charge of a bunch of children? He hates children.
Black hates children. Well, it has shown.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting long.
Black family, what hasn't been the
Professor
kindest,
Weasley
except for
tells
maybe
me that you need
Sirius.
to go to Hogsmeade. You must be eager to have your own things again, and to see the village.
I've been looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a freaking dragon.
Shall we set off?
Ate all my
I
stuff.
intend to give you a first-rate Hogsmeade experience. I was glad Professor Weasley asked me to accompany you.
Really?
Yes, I had planned to extend an invitation to you myself. I thought you might enjoy a butterbeer in the village. The timing of Professor Weasley's owl was perfect. I cannot tell you how nice it is to breathe fresh air after being cooped up in ancient rooms. Grave mistake to take it as an elective class, believe me.
I believe you.
Though I suppose you would not really call it elective when your mother was the one who elected that you take it. Hogsmeade is beautiful this time of year. Everyone will tell you to visit at Christmas, but that's one of the few times of year I would rather be indoors.
I enjoy the cold, but then again, I am an ancient ice demon.
Well, I do not mind the cold so much, but it has taken some getting used to. I did not grow up around snow. Oh, wait, over here. I often spot lacewing flies in this area.
Oh? What's so special about them?
They are interesting to look at, but if you stew them, you can also use them in potion making.
Must get lacewing flies. Wait, isn't that an ingredient? If my memory's correct, that's an ingredient in Polyjuice Potion.
Look, from the Forbidden Forest, hippogriffs. I wonder if something startled them. I heard rumors that hippogriffs had been spotted nearby.
Do you think Poppy's already seen the hippogriffs?
Absolutely.
Likely already named them too.
That's the Forbidden Forest on the left. It's off limits to students, as the name implies.
Why is it off limits?
The professors claim it is too dangerous. I think that calling it forbidden only makes it more alluring.
Yeah, because when something forbidden, you tend to do the opposite.
I would spend all of my time exploring if I could.
I confess I was surprised when Professor Weasley mentioned that you knew the area, since you're relatively new here.
She said that?
Oh, the kestrels. You can only see these. You can only see these creatures if someone has seen death, which I have, which is why I can see them.
Much can be gleaned
You see early on in the game when you see someone die, you see the kestrels. To most people with the kestrels, they're invisible, but to those who have seen death, you'll be able to see them.
How are you settling in? I remember the weeks that followed my arrival feeling quite strange. Everything was so new and unfamiliar.
I'm getting used to things. What about you? Do you finally feel settled?
I still miss my homeland, but it is beautiful here too. And getting out of the castle and exploring helped me to adjust quite a bit. Hogwarts has become something of a home now, I would say. Hopefully it will for you too.
Gotta bet the kitty.
Oh, Madame Kagawa certainly.
Mr. Moon! He is the Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear.
Leaping toadstool
Have you met
caps.
our new fifth year?
Pleasure. You might want to turn back, Miss Onai. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, it looked right at me. Eyes big as saucers.
What did Mr. Moon?
Jemmy, guys. Ugly and airy and terrifying. I shall be at the castle where it's safe. Good luck to both of you.
Seems he's had a little too much to drink.
Mr. Moon, a demiguise. I think he had too much fun in the village. I will say that I have never seen him in such a state.
What do we have here?
There is much to see outside of the castle walls, not just Hogsmeade. I am happy to explore whenever you'd like. Rumors being what they are about goblins and such, it might be nice to have a friend with you.
I'll keep that in mind, Natty. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're about to enter Hogsmeade.
And here we are. It is hard to know where to start. The Three Broomsticks is the place for butterbeer. And you can get any sweet you can imagine at Honeydukes. I could not choose a favorite shop here. It changes with every visit. I can tell you that you are certain to find everything you need in Hogsmeade. Professor Weasley said that you need to get potion recipes, spellcraft, some seeds, and...
A new wand?
Of course! You will enjoy Mr. Ollivander, and I am keen to see what you will do with a wand of your own. You should be able to collect everything you need and still have time to explore a little as well. Experience Hogsmeade at your own pace. We can meet up in the town circle when you are finished. Enjoy yourself. I will see you soon.
Hogsmeade Village is brimming with different sites, shops, and other points of interest. You can navigate using the field guide map. Okay. Tomes and scrolls. Oh, this is the tavern. The Three Broomsticks, if I remember.
Revelio.
Not much in here. Ah, there's where I need to go first. Tomes and scrolls.
Anyone can run a shop if they inherit.
An inquiring mind.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the spellcrafts Professor Weasley ordered.
Matilda, student. I thought I might be seeing you soon. I am the proprietor here, Thomas Brown. I take it you've had a conjuring lesson then?
I'm afraid I haven't yet, sir.
Ah, but you will soon enough. It is magic at its purest, creating something out of nothing. Of course, it is not without complexity, but that is where my spellcrafts come in. Stay the course, and you could soon impress even Professor Weasley.
That's certainly something to aspire to, Mr. Brown. I look forward to that day.
And I, too, seeing it. Spellcrafts are incredibly useful for conjuring unique items like custom pieces of furniture or decoration. But I shall let Professor Weasley do the teaching. For now, let's get the spellcrafts you need. A potting table and a potion station, yes?
I believe so, sir.
Good. Nothing like being able to grow your own ingredients and brew what you want when you want. Let's have a look. Let's look at what we have, shall we?
Okay, my supplies.
If you're interested, feel free to take a look around at the rest of my inventory.
I think we will save getting the wand for last, because that is the most fun. Oh, need to pet the kitty.
Ministry's good work. Welcome to J. Pippin's Potions.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. When I heard the bell, I thought you were Miss Lawang. Not that she deigns to come here. Though I don't believe I've seen your face here before, either.
It's my first time in Hogsmeade, actually.
Is it really? Well, Parry Pippin at your service. And this is J. Pippin's Potions. Potions for all ailments. You'll have read it on the sign, of course, but Grandfather always made me say it in full. How may I help you today?
Professor Weasley sent me to collect some recipes. I'm new at Hogwarts.
You're the student she sent the owl about. I set your things aside immediately. I suspected if you're anything like I was at your age, you'd want your potion supplies. Is it not the most fascinating art, potion making? Rivals anything you can do with a wand, I've always said.
Are potions really that versatile?
They may not be as showy as spellwork, but make no mistake, they are just as powerful. They can heal, destroy, protect. You'll discover all of this soon enough. As it's your first time in, I should mention that it's not just potion recipes I sell. I also offer ready-made drafts for all manner of uses, and I unveil new ones from time to time. Pop in when you can so you don't miss out on anything. But for now, let's get you those recipes, shall we? What can I do for you today?
Just gonna pick up my recipes from my supplies that I lost to a dragon.
Feel free to take a look at the rest of my inventory, or come back another time if you're in a rush today.
Stench of the dead. Ah, the magic need. Ow. Hey, Fire Dragon, what? Oh, sorry about that. The sound, I kind of had the sounds off on the desktop audio because I need to fix it because there was reports of double audio with the characters talking, so that's why you didn't hear the bunk did go off. I just had the desktop audio muted because we get double audio when the characters talk. But welcome on in. I hope your day's been going well. You came just in time. I just started playing Hogwarts Legacy. It's only been 3 hours. Yeah, that it is a shame, but I am gonna look into it. And you know what's really weird is when, for some reason, I don't know what it is, I have my headphones on and I have the controller away from the mic. But for some reason, when the characters talk, my model talks with it. It's really funny. You're about to see in just a sec.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the seeds Professor Weasley arranged for me to collect.
Oh, the dittany for the new 5th year. I take it that's you, then. Merlin's beard. Starting Hogwarts as a 5th year. You must be positively reeling from it all.
Not at all. I'm choosing to see it all as one big adventure.
Well, bravo. Not everyone has the temperament to take things as they come. Name's Timothy Teasdale, by the way, and this is my shop, the Magic Neep. I keep the cart out here because I like a good chat. Can't very well be in the thick of things if I'm hidden away inside now, can I?
I suppose not.
In addition to seeds, I have plenty of plants. Grow everything myself. My speciality is potion ingredients. Even Pippin purchases from me. But what say we get you a packet of Dittany seeds? Let me guess. You're after something fresh. Do have a look around. Plenty of ingredients to pique your interest, I'd wager.
I don't know how it's doing it. I mean, it's really weird that, I'm using the You are not playing the game, you are the game. True, because my model is talking with the game. I don't know how that is happening. It has to be OBS that's causing it. And also, I am gonna look and see if maybe there's a way for the sound alerts, because apparently from having the desktop audio on, because that's what I normally have on, but I have a separate audio for the capture card. I am gonna look and see if there's a way to make it to where like sound alerts and the sound alerts and blurb audio be separate, so that way I can have the desktop audio off and we don't get like double talk. Because like if I do it on and have the desktop audio on.
Let me guess. You're after something fresh.
See, it has double audio. That's why I'm keeping the desktop audio off for this stream, but I am gonna look into how to fix it. And I will tell you right now, I am gonna be playing Hogwarts Legacy tomorrow as well, because I'm enjoying the game. Oh, I see we got a page I need to get.
Accio.
And now that we have done that, it is time to go to Ollivander's to get my wand.
Who needs keys when you know?
By the way, how was your birthday and what did I miss in this 3 hours? Oh, my birthday's been good. I chilled out most of the day. I was mainly watching one of my favorite shows, Psych, which is a detective agency show. It's a really fun show. I recommend checking out Psych if you can. But yeah, I've been chilling out, and I ate dinner what I had was burger with Velveeta. That was pretty good. Then opened presents, got cake, and I got Hogwarts Legacy for my birthday, and I also got a gaming chair. Though I'm not using it yet because due to the time it is right now, I have to wait until tomorrow to. Actually, I have to wait. Actually, it is tomorrow now because it's 12:41 my time. But I have to get that set up, and also I'm gonna look into seeing maybe if there's a way to split the audio with the sound alerts so we can have audio, because we ran into some issues with audio wise with the characters talking. But yeah, I haven't missed much. What happened is when I got it after I made my character, we talked to a professor named Professor Fig. And we were on our way to Hogwarts when a dragon attacked and ate someone who was accompanying us to the castle, where we ended up in the Scottish Highlands and then ended up in Gringotts, where I had to fight night statues and not to mention also run from evil goblins. And I got to Hogwarts, got sorted into my house, which, by the way, is Hufflepuff, because I had already taken a quiz earlier, and it automatically put me into Hufflepuff. And I went and did Defense Against the Dark Arts class and Charms class. Went and then did some other stuff, and now I'm in Hogsmeade. Getting the stuff that I lost from the dragon attack.
When I was a girl, I wanted to work with unicorns. It was a wonder.
And now I'm about to get my wand.
Merlin's blooming beard. I'll be right with... Ah, it's you. Just a moment, please.
Hello, sir. I'm looking for...
For a new wand, yes. It's about time.
Yes, about time?
Well, you're our new fifth-year
Don't
student,
worry, you're
are
here
you not?
now, Fire Dragon, and I will be playing the
Of course
game
you
tomorrow
are.
as well.
Gerald Ollivander's the name. But of course, you'll have heard of the Ollivanders, I'm sure. Finest wand makers in the world. It's a pleasure to meet you, truly. Now, come with me. Let's find you the perfect wand, shall we? No, not you. Yes. Powerful core. 10.5 inches. You might do. Here, give this one a try. Well, go ahead, swish. How odd. Once more, come on, really swish it. Oh dear.
Definitely not.
Well, this isn't a good match at all, is it? We'll find you something, not to worry. No, not you. Perhaps. Yes. A rare wood, 13 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring. Let's give this one a try.
No, definitely not.
Looks like it's back to the shelf for you. This is proving to be trickier than I had anticipated. How perplexing. Where are you? Perhaps you? There you are. Yes, I think you might be the one. Here, take it.
And now we're at the point we are going to be customizing our wand. Okay, wand style, let's see.
Curious indeed.
And this will be a wand that we work with. So let's see all the different styles we got.
How intriguing.
Yeah, this one looks nice, but I really don't. But it's not really my style. It looks like, but it is nice.
Curious indeed.
Classic. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the one. As for the wood, yeah, we're gonna go with Elder Wand, and 13.25 inches. Flexibility, unyielding. As for the cores, let's see the cores. We have the Phoenix Feather, which serves as the core of a wand, capable of producing great range of magic. Unicorn Hair, that serves as the core of the wand, known for producing consistent magic. And then we have Dragon Heartstring, the Dragon Heartstring that serves as the core of a wand known to produce the most powerful magic. We're gonna keep what it is for the what I got for the from the quiz, because this was actually what I got from it. Was a Dragon Heartstring core wand, 13.25 inch, and unyielding. The only thing I'm changing is the appearance of it, because I'm not one for the spiral, so I think we'll be going with this style of wand. This game makes me want to watch the movies. I'll do it someday if I remember. Oh, you never watched the movie Fire Dragon? You are missing out. The movies are really good. If you're gonna start, I start with the Sorcerer's Stone. That's the first movie.
What do you think? Extraordinary. Another wand, another beginning of a bright and magical future. Now, how did that feel?
Good. Different. I sensed a sort of surge of some kind.
A match. Your connection seemed particularly powerful. The right wand will learn from you, just as you learn from it.
I'm eager to try it out.
I would imagine so. A wand with a dragon heartstring core is capable of dazzling magic. And the bond between you and your wand should only grow stronger. Do not be surprised at your new wand's ability to perceive your intentions, particularly in a moment of need.
That sounds wonderful, Mr. Ollivander.
I'll let you get to it. Do come and see me again if ever I can be of further assistance.
Well, that's everything. Better go and find Natty.
But when I did the appearance from my character, I tried to make it look kind of like me, try to look like me a bit, as accurately as I could, because with what they had for appearance-wise, and I think I got it pretty good. I just wish they had a little bit more like customizations, like for height and maybe for the ears and more for the face. But I worked with what I got. I just wish I knew how to get my fanatic robes, because they're rewards you get from. Yeah, I've never been interested in the movies, but I've been seeing some things that make me feel more interested. Same happened with Star Wars. Yeah, with the Star Wars movies 1 through 6 and the Harry Potter movies, I suggest checking them out. They are really good. Because I went every time the new Harry Potter movie came out, I went and saw it in theaters. The only Harry Potter movie I have not seen in theaters would be the third Fantastic Beasts movies. I have not seen the third one in theaters. I have seen the first 2 of the Fantastic Beasts movies in theaters, and all the Harry Potter movies in theaters, but I had never seen I never saw the last Fantastic Beasts, which was the last one that came out. And Hogwarts Legacy, what it takes about 100 years before the events in the Harry Potter games. Well, not the games, but the movies.
Revelio.
You to pet the kitty.
Ah, I have everything. I see what you meant about not being able to pick a favorite shop.
We should walk around a bit more. Perhaps today is the day I finally pick one.
Can you pet the cats? Yes, I can pet the cats. Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon! Oh, you ought to know.
What fire? Draw it away from the building! Away from the village!
Oh crap, there's two of them.
Are we weakening him at all?
Keep at it! We have to wear him down!
Oh, okay. That's not gonna work.
What was that?
I was trying to beat him at his own game.
I like it. Do more of it.
Oh, ow, ow, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt in the morning. Oh great, it turned the Scarlet Nexus. I'm throwing stuff at Scarlet Nexus now.
Protego! Lumos.
Look! He's faltering!
Took him long enough.
We need to make sure he stays that way!
Yes, I beat it.
Goodness! A second troll! Did you two take on a fully grown troll by yourselves?
I suppose so. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest.
Merlin's beard. Are you all right?
We are, and we were glad to help.
I'd say help is a bit of an understatement. Nerve like that. The makings of an aura, if you ask me. If you are unharmed, perhaps the two of you wouldn't mind helping me put a few things back to where they were.
Of course, officer.
Singer. Officer Singer. And thank you, again.
Okay, guess we're fixing some stuff.
Repairer.
what he wants.
One less thing for Officer Singer to worry about.
We're doing anything, we need to fix stuff.
Reparo. Lucky they didn't do more damage.
Okay, there's one more thing we have to fix. Ah. I can see why this game is at #1 right now on the charts. Because the people that worked on this game, they did a very nice job. I love how they did the game.
We were just talking about you.
Hello, sir. I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to introduce myself, Augustus Hill, clothier extraordinaire. I should like to thank you for your remarkable bravery in fighting those trolls, and not to mention your help restoring Hogsmeade to its rightful state.
I was happy to help.
Frankly, you deserve an Order of Merlin. But I can offer you something much more useful. I own Gladrag's wizardware, and among my inventory are some unique items that afford certain protections, as it were. Life-saving protections. And as I suspect this won't be your last dangerous encounter, I'd like to give you one such set of robes, in thanks for what you did today.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. That's very generous of you.
It's the least I can do. Now, let's try this on for size, shall we? Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
What does solace in your name mean? Oh, it means light.
What an extraordinary introduction to Hogsmeade. I would say that we, and you in particular, have earned at least one butterbeer. Shall we head to the Three Broomsticks?
Sounds like a good idea.
Wonderful. Just down this way then.
When can I get my fanatic robes?
Battle-worthy items. Revelio. You're most welcome to peruse my shop.
So it'd be Arcantos Light. I knew Jesus Cantos was real. Oh.
Revelio.
Assuming it is not too busy, you might even meet Serona, the owner. She is a charming hostess and a powerful witch. Good one to know.
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction. Who's this child? What are you not telling me?
All you need to know is that if you cannot get to the child, then you have no value to me.
Let's go.
Did they see us?
I don't think so.
What was that goblin doing with Victor Rookwood?
Ranrock is working with Rookwood.
The goblin from the Daily Prophet. I knew I'd seen him somewhere.
And we had fought him before.
Quickly, let's get inside the 3 broomsticks.
It's a treat to see you, Lodgok. I shall let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you, Serona.
You be well. Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
It's my first time here.
Welcome. Butterbeer's on me. Heard about the attack. I shall be looking in on the other shopkeepers and residents shortly. Glad to see you two escaped injury.
Thanks to this one, single-handedly took down a troll.
Is that right? Well done.
Thanks for this.
My pleasure. I will say, trolls in Hogsmeade. That's never happened before. Something's not right. The only brutes we usually have to deal with are... How timely.
Rookwood.
Was that Lodgok I saw leaving just now? Your clientele's not what it used to be, Serona.
Not to worry, Victor. Once the 2 of you leave, the caliber of my clientele will greatly improve. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Theophilus.
Come now. No need for theatrics. I'm only here for this one anyway.
My friend is enjoying a well-earned butterbeer.
Only want a quick word.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, my friend is busy.
One would think you all had enough bloodshed for one day. Come, Theophilus. The 3 broomsticks isn't what it used to be. Let's take our galleons elsewhere. Can't drink butterbeer forever.
Seems you've made an unfortunate enemy. Watch your back. Rookwood and Harlow are worse than any troll you might encounter.
Trolls, Ranrock, and Rookwood. What are you not telling me?
I promise to tell you everything, but it's perhaps best I do that later.
I think that now might be a good time to head back to the castle.
Ah, sweet rolls. Ah, muffins.
Revelio.
Ah, we got a chest up there. Man, it's still locked. I definitely need to learn Alohomora if I want to unlock these locks.
I am certainly glad Sirona was there.
And that she isn't intimidated by thugs like Rookwood and Harlow.
I want to understand what's going on, and I hope you will tell me. But for the moment, we should return to the castle. Professor Weasley will certainly hear about the troll attack soon if she hasn't already. I don't want her to worry.
You must return to the common room for the night. Okay, select the Hogwarts map. Hufflepuff common room. The thing is with the night, I'm wondering is if it's gonna be like in the the early Harry Potter games, because in a few of when it got to nighttime, you had to watch out for prefects, because if you got caught by the prefects, it wasn't really good. Oh, I have an owl. Before I start the day, need to get an apple. Oh, owl post. Come and see me. I've discovered something in the locket we found at Gringotts. Ah. And here is the common room of the Hufflepuff common room. It reminds me of Lord of the Rings.
Everyone seems to fear Professor Sharp. Not really. I think the man's brilliant. Only one thing one. It's in your morose.
Yes, Professor Binns does drone on a bit. But have you ever got him really talking about Goblin Rebellion? Knows everything. Still boring, but impressive.
Nobody can do a hex like me, and I dare you to prove me wrong. You saw that first year with the engorged head.
You'll soon learn that Kagawa's techniques are...
Reparo!
Showing off is a muggle trait. You don't see that sort of behavior in the wizard world.
Well, Madame Kagawa said she's never seen anyone with such form on a broom. She even had the rest of the class make me.
My family has a lineage of exemplary flyers. It's no wonder...
I don't mind saying that I find it hard to comprehend. What sort of witch would take that man's hand in back?
Can I break that?
Don't do that. That's not necessary.
I love their accent. For some reason, it sounds elegant. Well, they are. Well, everybody. With Hogwarts, it's mainly British that are at Hogwarts, because that's how it is. Other people from other countries do go to Hogwarts, but it's mainly the British that go to Hogwarts. If you're in another area, it would be a different school, because in the wizarding world, a bunch of countries have their own wizarding schools and own ministries. When you watch the when you do watch the Fantastic Beasts movies, you get to see the American ministry and how they operate compared to the Europe ministry. Can I break that? Nope.
What are you up to now?
When the Forgotten One's true power is revealed, bonds of trust will be broken.
I wonder. I see this. Here's a location.
Levioso.
This looks like to be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Or was it? Yeah, because this looks like it would be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Because this is how it was in the second movie. This led to the entrance. Nope, I guess it doesn't work. It would be neat, like if I just said Apostle Mouth and it opened up. Yeah, and before I can do that, I'll need to learn the stealth spell.
Revelio.
Oh, by the way, in the Discord, Fire Dragon, I did put a video that shows the difference between Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince and this game. Because Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince was the last game I know where you could like literally just explore around Hogwarts. Because with the Deathly Hallows games, part 1 and part 2, they really don't have it to where you could explore a whole lot. In those games, you do like maybe levels, but they don't let you explore like this, like you can in Legacy. Which is one reason why I don't like the Goblet of Fire game, because they didn't do this where you could explore around the castle. They just had it to where you did like levels and you had to get like a certain amount of items to continue the story.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Reparo.
Exploration always makes games better. That is true. It always makes them better. Which is one reason why I like the Chamber of Secrets and Well, not the Chamber Series, A Prisoner of Azkaban, Order of the Phoenix, and Half-Blood Prince, because that's what they did. Professor Fig, as my schedule wasn't congested enough, the ministry has charged me with arranging a rather inconvenient arrival of a new student at Hogwarts, a 5th year, if you can believe. Professor Weasley insists that they will need an escort and a mentor to help them acclimatize before term begins. I have assigned the task to you. Please see Professor Weasley for details. Professor Phineas Gillis Black, Headmaster. Seeing that cat me remembered how my cat almost gave me a heart attack a few hours ago. I guess it jump scared you. And here is the professor we talked to at the beginning of the game, Professor Fig.
Professor, I'm glad to see you.
And I you. Thank Merlin you're in one piece. I heard about the attack. Trolls in Hogsmeade?
Sir, the trolls were wearing armor. It had that dark glow like the dragon collar.
Goblin silver. Ranrock used it to control the dragon. But how? And why send trolls too?
They were there because of me. I overheard Ranrock talking with Victor Rookwood.
Ranrock was in Hogsmeade? With Rookwood?
The trolls were Ranrock's distraction so that Rookwood could get to me. And he would have, had Sirona and the patrons at the Three Broomsticks not intervened.
This is grave news indeed. If Ranrock's goblins and dark wizards are after you, they want what we found in that vault.
Speaking of the vault, do you think that Ranrock is working with any of the goblins at Gringotts?
I do not. Gringotts goblins aren't typically the friendliest of beings, but they have a great deal of integrity. No, I dare say after what happened to that poor banker, the goblins at Gringotts are no followers of Ranrock.
They're after the locket. You said you discovered something in it.
Yes. I discovered an inscription. When I read it aloud, this map appeared. Clever enchantment. It's a map of Hogwarts, to be sure, but I do not know where it leads.
It leads to the library. A restricted section, to be precise, and a bit beyond. I see traces of magic there on the map.
I suspected you would see something.
Shall we go?
I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I'm eager to discover what we may find there as well. But if our experience at Gringotts, let alone what happened to Miriam, taught me anything, it's that the path we're on is terribly dangerous. I'd like you to work with Professor Hecat a bit before we continue.
But sir, how dangerous could the library be? Perhaps we're only after a book.
Perhaps we are only after a book, but we should be prepared for anything. Once you've honed your defensive magic further, come and see me. I'll let Professor Hecat know to expect you.
She didn't. I was in the kitchen making me a coffee when I was throwing something into the trash can. I saw her just lying there and I thought she was a giant rat. I almost dropped the coffee. Oops. At least you, good thing you didn't, otherwise it might have landed on the poor kitty. Oh, I can't do these just yet.
I should come back to this another time.
I don't know if they've done it in this game, but in previous Harry Potter games like the Chamber of Secrets and the Prisoner of Azkaban, they had it to where when it was nighttime, there were certain spots in the castle you cannot be around because they would have prefects, which are kind of like hall monitors, that if they saw you, you would get reported. It was especially annoying in Chamber of Secrets because every time you got caught, you lost points. Gargoyle? Where's the gargoyle?
Revelio. Reparo.
The instruments play themselves. I need one of those. Yeah, instruments will play themselves because they've been enchanted to play themselves by themselves.
I'm here about the new spell you wanted to teach me, Professor.
Good. Professor Fig indicated a certain urgency to you completing your defensive magic assignments. As such, you are to learn Incendio, the fire-making spell.
Yes, Incendio.
Spiderwebs. And, when necessary, defending against those who would wish to do us harm.
Sounds versatile.
Quite. But before we get started, I'd like you to complete a few tasks. You may be surprised by some of them. Astonishing how much students don't think their professors know. When you're finished, come and see me. Then we shall begin working on Incendio. You know where to find me once you've finished.
Okay. Complete 2 rounds of cross wand.
Isn't as secret as it's believed to be.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel
Someone's
was.
parents sent homemade cauldron cake.
Imagine you are doing anything, aren't doing anything, and the instruments just randomly start playing your own soundtrack.
I like sitting around the fire. Much cozier than the Great Hall.
Okay, legendary cape. Now these look like the glasses I currently got on. Oh, there's my fanatic robe. It's in appearance. Now I got my robe. Oh wait, that reminds me, I need to change the gear. Oh, let's see, is the Merlin cloak there? Huh, why? I wonder why my Merlin cloak isn't there. It should be there.
One of them deserves more than I'd say.
Revelio.
The Iron Maiden. Yeah, I think I'll stick with the Harry Potter glasses because it will shape glasses because it looks a lot better with those on. While I do wear square glasses, I think having the round ones on look a lot better. Oh, I just remembered. I think I had something for the gloves as well. No, not yet. And also, apparently, there are wand handles as well.
Revelio.
Oh, not again!
Haunted toilets, unless you're in dire straits, is probably best to avoid these particular toilet, as it is allegedly one of Peeves' favorite pranking spots.
Toilet bowl where she said I could swim, did you praxia mole? As long as
yes,
for only 1 time
Peeves.
per week, I can plunge the boys' lavatory. Not for the meek. Please, Peeves, you'll make me late. He tried to stop me, did rancorous carp. Sought to trap me, confine me inside of a jar. But he failed, as did his containment charms. So I took my revenge to wreak havoc and harm. It was granted my privileges be handsome indeed, or I'd fire up the cannon, and so she agreed. To draw up a contract with her, not with him, that if I behaved, I'd have 1 weekly swim! Whee!
I'll get you for this.
Oh yes, I remember Peeves from the older Harry Potter games, and Peeves was annoying in there as well. Unfortunately, you can't punch him because he's a ghost.
Glad you could make it. Lucan's just over there.
Revelio. Accio.
Can I help you?
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed wands. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
I seem to have a knack for dueling.
Then you've come to the right place.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in crossed ones, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
And I got my own one, so let's get this
We'll
on.
make you regret signing up.
I highly doubt that. Break through yellow shields to control spells like... Let me... so... Okay.
Luma.
Ringo. Levioso. You're better than that. Levioso.
Act like Levioso.
Levioso.
It's so very It's not so.
There goes my way.
Perhaps one day I'll sign up for a round.
Victory.
Nice work. Sebastian wasn't wrong about you. There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. In fact, the second duel is ready when you are. And as a fully initiated member, you now have access to the official Crossed Wands training dummy. Very good way to master spell combinations. Come and see me, and I'll set it up. Again, congratulations on your first Crossed Wands victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
Hello, Lucan. Is the next round of Crossed Wands all set?
Hey,
yes,
hey,
it
Des,
is.
welcome on
I've got a great
in.
match lined up.
And thank you for the
Ready for another round?
birthday wishes. Thank you. I hope your day's been going good. My birthday, still working tonight, but I hope you got cake. Yep, I had cake. I had a chocolate cake, and I'm playing one of the games I got. I'm playing the game I got for my birthday, Hogwarts Legacy. I'm a Hufflepuff.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Brilliant. Are you dueling with a partner?
Yes, Natty.
Then let's get to it.
And I also got my my own wand.
Ready to get thrashed? Apologies in advance.
I hope work goes well for you, Des.
Is that all you've got?
Levioso!
Descendo!
Expelliarmus!
Lumos!
Erecto memento!
Levioso! Accio!
Give them all four.
Levioso!
Like a winner.
Levioso! Levioso!
Ow. Thank you for the East Fire Dragon.
Come on. Levioso!
Accio! Accio! Levioso! Potato!
There goes my weight.
Expelliarmus!
You're better than that!
Erecto memento!
I could never duel like that.
Victory.
Bravo!
I gave it my all.
You did indeed. The other duelists have already taken notice of you, but after that last round, they'll really have it in for you. You'd better keep practicing if you want a chance at winning, or at least surviving the next round. I'll let you know when we're ready. Hope to see you then. The next round is for all the gobstones, so to speak.
Seems I'm out of the tournament thanks to you.
Perhaps I should stick to potions.
You could have gone a bit easier on me.
I may be a 5th year in this game, but I am a master of spells.
Hello, Lucan. May I use the training dummy?
Of course. I'll fetch it and give you a list of combinations to practice. Ready to have a try now?
Actually, I might come back later.
Suit yourself. I'll be around when you're ready.
I guess I need to learn some spells before I can do the next part of the tournament. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, we got a chest. What's in the chest? Ah, galleons. I remember a thing on one of the Harry Potter movies is was talking to his brothers about one of the things they were selling in their shop. He goes, "How much is it?" And they go, 5 galleons. And they still say it's 5 galleons, even though he's their brother. And then they go, 10 galleons. Whoa. Okay, there's something that I probably need to do with that door. I can't wait till I get my hippogriff, because I actually got access to an Onyx hippogriff. It's Peeves again.
Revelio.
Leave me alone, Peeves, or I'll call the Baron. Oh, always a joy.
Okay, let's see. Complete a round of spell combination practice with... Okay, so I need to still do that. So I do need to do the practice dummy.
Hello, Lucan. I'm ready for practice.
Glad you're keeping at it. Ready to have a try now?
That would be wonderful.
Be sure to cast all your spells before the dummy lands. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Accio.
Levioso.
Good one.
Levioso. Levioso. Accio.
Done. I'd say that's enough practice. You looked good out there.
Thank you, Lucan.
I say better to discover one's weaknesses during practice than during a duel. You'll be a fearsome challenger now.
Assignment's all finished. Revelio.
Levioso.
Lumos.
Reparo.
Okay, I guess it must be a spell I have not learned that works on it. Oh, Fire Drain, another thing you could have said, it wasn't me. It was the one-armed band.
I trust Mr. Brattleby was able to accommodate you and that you found success in your endeavors.
I finished all of the tasks you gave me, Professor Hecat.
Glad to hear it. Then you should be ready to learn Incendio.
Should be, Professor.
Yes. I'm sorry to say, I visited enough careless colleagues at St. Mungo's to assure you that fire is a fickle servant. Your spellcasting has impressed me thus far, but please maintain focus. I would rather we not end today's lesson with your robes aflame. Let us begin. And remember, focus on the proper wand movement. Concentrate, and keep your wand steady.
And I know about messing with fire because when I was a kid, I did not listen, and I ended up burning my upper lip one time when I was messing with fire. And I'll tell you, it's not fun. Oh, you know, when you're a kid and you love like putting a stick into a fire and then blowing on it to watch the glow. I've got it too close to my lip and it burned it.
Good work.
Okay, he says, okay, hover over Incendio. Okay, it says press corresponding button where you want to place it, and I don't know why it's not working, because I'm pressing the button and it's not doing it. Oh, I see. I need to be directly on it to do it. There we go.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
I actually never had an incident with fire. I think the closest thing is that I made a small hole in my jacket with fire once. Yeah.
there you are.
Hello, sir. You'll be pleased to know that I worked on my defensive magic with Professor Heckard.
So I hear. She tells me you've taken rather well to your new wand. You must continue to work with her and your other professors to improve your skills. That said, I don't wish to postpone our visit to the library any longer. So, shall we proceed?
Fig, I have work for you. Come.
Headmaster, I'm with a student and my schedule
Your schedule will wait indefinitely, as will your student. I would think that after all the trouble you caused me with Osric, you'd be eager to make amends. My office, 5 minutes.
That man is exasperating. Unfortunately, our trip to the restricted section will have to wait a bit longer.
But Professor...
We have no choice. It would be unwise to provoke our illustrious headmaster further. I shall find you when I've completed whatever toils I must endure.
Okay, so much for going to the restricted section with Professor Fig.
Sebastian mentioned sneaking into the restricted section. Perhaps he'll have an idea.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Oh, I haven't unlocked talents yet. So that's why.
Sebastian, there you are.
I was hoping to see you. I was in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack and saw what happened with Rookwood and Harlow.
Not many students have Victor Rookwood's attention. What was that all about?
I've never even met him. Perhaps he mistook me for another student.
If you say so. I won't press you now, but you will have to tell me what's going on at some point. You might need me. So, why were you looking for me?
I need to find something for Professor Fig, but it's in the restricted section of the library.
He can't get it himself?
He was called away by Black at the last moment. I suppose I could wait to get a note from him, but...
You want to show some initiative.
Precisely. You mentioned being clever enough not to get caught in the restricted section.
And I am. Meet me outside the library tonight, and tell no one.
How concerned should I be about the librarian?
Madame Scribner doesn't take kindly to clandestine activities taking place amongst her precious books, so do all that you can to avoid her.
She and I have had our entanglements, but I can hold my own against her. You may not be so lucky.
You sure? Because I easily took down the students that were in the dueling with these.
What will happen if we're caught in the restricted section?
Detention, no doubt. But a word of caution or two will help. For one, avoid Peeves, the poltergeist. Aside from wanton destruction of property, he loves nothing more than telling on the likes of us.
See, told ya. Even in the other Harry Potter games, Peeves was annoying.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll meet you later.
See there? That's the door we need to reach. And those annoying prefects would love nothing more than to rat on us to Scribner.
Oh crap, they did put it in here.
Understood?
I can be sneaky. Let's go.
Hold on now. There's a spell you should know. The Disillusionment Charm. Good for getting places you're not supposed to be. Cast it and you'll appear as little more than a trick of the light, just as long as you keep your distance and stay quiet.
You mean I'll actually be able to turn invisible?
Something like that. It's not as foolproof as a cloak, but those are expensive. And spells are free. Give it a try.
I would too. I would love to yeet Peeves, but unfortunately I can't.
I'll be quieter than a jobberknoll.
Okay, nearby adversaries will sense, then investigate suspicious behavior, being caught, resulting quiz. Oh, great! This is what gave me anxiety in the Chamber of Secrets in Azkaban. I had to avoid the prefects. This gave me so much anxiety.
Blast. The librarian's still here. Quick, behind the bookcase.
Told me the librarian would be gone by now.
I said usually, but it'll still be all right. Do you see her desk behind me? The key is in the drawer of that desk. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'll create a distraction to draw her away. You focus on getting the key. I'll meet you outside of the restricted section.
Wait, why do we need a key? Isn't there a spell for this?
Alohomora. That's how I always used to get in. But the librarian twigged that I knew the spell and cast an anti-Alohomora charm on the lock. So now it's just this key. But don't worry. I said I'd get you in, and I always keep my word. Trust me.
This type of thing always gives me anxiety, because I had to do this in the Chamber of Secrets and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and it was not fun.
Is someone there? Is that you?
The key. Here it is. That wasn't so difficult after all. Now to find that book.
Oh, that one's charmed to look more useful than it is. It's fooled me twice. Never judge a tome by its cover, I say.
basic cast while undetected to lure authority figures and enemies to a desired location. Press aim L2 grants precision targeting. Yeah, they had that in the Chamber of Secrets.
Ghost, don't let her see you. Should be in the cliff. No need for us to be skulking about.
So what is it for?
I'm looking for a cure to help my twin sister, Anne, so that she can return to Hogwarts. Because Merlin knows everyone else has given up.
Why do you think you'll find a cure in the restricted section? Does the Hogwarts matron have nothing that can help Anne?
No! We've tried everyone from Nurse Blaney to St. Mungo's. But I can research on my own. No need to concern yourself with that right now. Let's focus on what you're after. Which is what, precisely?
I'll know it when I see it.
You're being awfully cryptic. Secrets of the darkest arts. I'm impressed.
Who have we here?
Oh, crap.
Cello and his new little friend. Out exploring where they shouldn't be. Naughty, naughty. You'll get caughty.
Peeves, don't you...
I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell.
Oh, blasted Peeves! I've got to stop him, or at least get to the librarian with a good excuse for all of this.
Wait, I don't want you getting into trouble for me.
I have a way with the faculty when it comes to disciplinary matters. Besides, I like having friends who are in my debt. Now go. Good luck in your search. Now, where has that damned poltergeist got to?
I know just the spell to repair this armor.
Reparo.
Yep, I do too. I want to eat Peeves because he just ruined everything. You're going naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty. Ugh.
Of course, traces of ancient magic. There must be more to this room. That's it!
Yes, we do. We hate Peeves. Ooh, a chest? What do we got here? Yeah. Yeah, no, I am gonna change the appearance on this. Because, no. Just, no.
Where might this lead?
Reparo. Revelio.
Ah, I need to wake up that rune over there.
It's really amazing how this was all done on the Unreal Engine, which I actually have, but I haven't done much with it yet.
Not surprising. Guards at the ready.
Or gift of ancient magic accumulating by successfully attacking or damage. Successful plus 10 hit combos will begin generating ancient magic power-ups. Collecting these will greatly fill your ancient magic meter and will cover a small amount of health. Ah. At least when at least one segment of your magic meter is full, you cast a devastating ancient magic attack. Ah.
Accio. Whoa. Whoa. Revelio.
Must be a way to get over to it.
Accio.
This must be the way forward, but to where? Nearly there. Best keep my wits about me.
Okay, you need to be level 7 to use this one, so... Might as well have this on since I'm exploring.
Protego! Stupid one! Stupid one!
Is a book after all.
Hopefully we'll learn this time.
You wanted to see me? Headmistress Fitzgerald, Professor Rackham.
Miss Isadora Morganach, welcome.
Professor Rookwood, Professor Bakar.
We understand that you are adjusting well to life at Hogwarts.
I am.
I am glad. Especially in light of your unusual situation, starting as a 5th year.
As it happens, I was also admitted to Hogwarts as a 5th year. I've never heard of another like us.
Miss Morganach, when we spoke yesterday after class, you asked about the
Beautiful swirls you saw years ago when we visited your hamlet.
I recognized you all immediately. I cannot thank you enough for what you did.
We were glad to help.
And yes, I did see swirls of magic everywhere that day. My father insists it was my imagination running wild, but it was certainly real to me.
It was not your imagination.
Percival, Professor Rackham can see them too. But we have never known of another who could.
I don't understand. What are they?
The whispers or traces that appear when a particular form of ancient magic is wielded.
Ancient magic?
Few are capable of wielding it. Hogwarts itself is a stronghold of ancient magic.
So if I can see traces of ancient magic, does that mean I can wield it too?
With the proper training.
But let us not get ahead of ourselves, Miss Morganach.
Before I can train you to wield such magic, you must first master all that Hogwarts has to offer.
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands. It must be wielded by a select few. As such, we ask that you not speak to anyone about what we have discussed here today.
Sebastian.
Sneaking in the restricted section again! I had thought we were through with this mischief. Clearly detentions are insufficient. I'm afraid I must take this to the headmaster.
But that being said, Peeves informs me that you didn't come alone tonight. If someone has coerced you, I would have you tell me. You're a bright boy. Don't waste this.
There was nobody else. I came alone.
Oh, Sebastian. What will your uncle say?
I really can't stand thieves. I hate him. Ooh, we got some new gloves. Ooh, I like these gloves. I love the style of these gloves. Definitely fits like what my model has on.
Revelio.
What are you up to now?
Me? I'm not up to nothing. Certainly am not out of bed and not roaming the castle when I should be in bed in the common room. Nothing suspicious at all.
It's it.
Okay, since we are now in daytime, time to take the hood off and the mask. Since we are no longer trying to hide ourselves.
Incendio! Incendio!
Rumor has it there's a secret passage leading to Hogwarts.
Nothing sus. We are not doing anything sus. So far, this robe design is my favorite. I love this design. But I hear that there is a thing where if I get like all these discs, I could get a classroom specific robe. You were just trying to burn a black mirror. Nothing sus.
You cannot be serious. Goblins working with Rookwood makes no sense.
It is rather unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox? It's inconceivable. It's... Ah, Fig. You have a visitor. I'll see what I can find out.
Sir, I was able to search the restricted section while you were with Professor Black. It was a book we were after.
What? That's... Wait. You accessed the restricted section? But how? Thinking on it, perhaps it's best you spare me the details.
Fair enough. In fact, the book was below the restricted section as it appeared on the map.
I want to hear everything. First, let's have a look. Oh dear. Some of these pages seem to be missing. It appears someone has got to the book before us. Still, I will need time to study what remains. Perhaps we can still salvage something useful, though it may take some time. I wonder why it was here, below Hogwarts.
I think I know, sir. I saw 2 more memories where I found the book.
Another pensive. Godric's heart.
The man we saw before, Percival Rackham, was a professor here. The first memory showed him and 3 other professors using ancient magic to restore a hamlet from a drought.
Miriam was right. And the second memory?
They were talking to a student who started as a 5th year, like I did. She could see traces of magic too.
Why those memories? Perhaps this book will explain. Now I'll have to take it with me to London. The headmaster has insisted that I speak directly to the minister about George's death.
What will you tell them about Mr. Osric's death?
I don't know how much I dare say. George tried to convince the ministry about Ranrock, but to no avail. My instinct is to follow the path we are on for the moment and keep the details to ourselves until we know more.
I understand. I'll see what I can learn about the missing pages while you're gone.
Good. Don't neglect your studies. Your wand work is improving by the day. But you'll want to pay attention in herbology and potions. There's more to magic than spellcasting.
Plenty to keep me occupied while you're gone.
You've done exceptionally well. I look forward to seeing all that you've accomplished when I return. Oh, and don't neglect your friends. You may be surprised by how much you can learn from them as well.
Nice, we've reached level 7. May I know who Ranrock and why a poltergeist is so special? I don't know about the peeps, but Ranrock is a goblin that we encountered when we were at Gringotts. He doesn't seem to be working. He's not like one of the goblins you would see at Gringotts because they're bankers. But this goblin, Ranrock, he seems to have something more devious in mind. I don't know exactly what it is, but he does not have the best intentions for us in the game. He seems to be after something really evil. Thieves is just a poltergeist that likes to cause trouble. Oh, we got something in wand handles. Ooh, let's see. Basket weave blue. Oh, nice. We got handles. Now that is nice. Kind of reminds me of the function in God of War and God of War Ragnarok, you know, where you get like different hilts. Only thing is, I think these are mainly like cosmetic. They probably don't have any special abilities to them. But I think this will be a good place to stop for right now. It is already tomorrow, so technically I will be playing again later on today since it's now tomorrow, but it's 2:32 my time, so I'm gonna stop here for now, but I will be back on later in the day, and I say day because it's no longer the 20th for me, it's now the 21st. So I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna take us on over to chat, and we're gonna find somebody for us to raid. And just stick around because you will be getting extra channel points from the raid. Oh, first I need a save. Nope, not it. Okay, I'm gonna take us on over to chat. I certainly hope you all enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy, because I have been enjoying Hogwarts Legacy. It's a really fun game. I definitely recommend trying it out because it is fun. But let me see who is on and we will raid them. Ow. 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 Thank you for the yeets, Fire Dragon. We are gonna have a different rain message today. It's gonna be birthday raid. Oh, I forgot. Put something. Let's see. Okay, why is it not copying emote? Okay. This is for subs. And this one is gonna be, let me see, what can I use? That on do it. Okay. 1, 3. And this will be for non-subs. I'll give you guys a chance to copy that while I look for somebody for us to rate. And if you'd like to join the Discord, here is the link to the Discord. I do post when I go live or any changes in the schedule. So if you'd like to check out, there it is. And also we do have sub goals as well. So if you'd like to check that out, here is the link to that. And let me see, who shall we raid? Ooh, Naira's on. Let me see what Naira's up to. She's just chatting right now. I think what we'll do is we will raid. Let's see what Wounds is up to. I think we will raid Wounds today. So let me... Yeah. Okay, raid has been started. Thank you all for coming to the stream today. I hope you all enjoyed the stream, and I hope you enjoyed watching me play Hogwarts Legacy. I will be back on later today, and I say today because it's already the next day for me. I will be back later on with more Hogwarts Legacy. So with that, I'm going to say good night. And also, I almost forgot, but everybody, thank you for the birthday wishes. I really do appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to say good night, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever is in time zones. Everybody, thank you for coming to the stream today, and I will see everybody later. You too, Happy. You have a good night too, and I'm glad you enjoyed the stream.